Gentlemen, I am the Grand Cat, and today we're going to try and complete campaign mode. And in the wise words of good old Jim Ross, the time has arrived. Yes, indeed, folks, we have our super move ready to go. We are all prepared to take on the final opponent and to get our limited edition Lola Vice, of which 59 people have managed to get before us. Will we be able to get number 60? Well, let's find out. Now, first of all, I am going to give away 5 free paid memberships, free gifted subs to the big old Grand Cat channel, which will unlock more than 100 additional videos for you, and also give you Grand Cat emotes. So congratulations to Lopez5285, Samuel, let me see here, this is Samuel the Sniper, Legends Oil, I'm not even sure how to pronounce this next one. Slagulas, I'm hoping to say that name correctly. And lastly, Darren Garner 9344. Congratulations to the 5 of you. You've all got yourselves free gifted memberships. Christopher Juarez says hi. Hello, Christopher Juarez. Welcome to the live stream. The live stream of the big old Grand Cat. And now let's take a look at what we need to do with CM Punk. So first of all, what we're going to do actually is we're going to unequip all of the equipment from everyone. And now let's see what we need to do here. I could rely on some of your help here. So the first one's going to be a round 1 is going to be mail tag power, which we need to get 3.979033. That is almost 4 million in power. Tony Ross says, hello, Grand Cat. Hello, Tony Ross. In round 2, the female tag match, which is the thing that's going to give us a lot of problems, is a female tag of charisma, and we have to get over 5 million. It's 5,017,577. And then finally, we need to keep our super move for the final one, which is round 3, which is a male tag of power, which we need to get 7.43 million in, which is insane. So female tag charisma, how do we beat that is a very good question. And question that I have for all of you out there. I'm thinking it might be AJ Lee. Leon says hi. Hello, Leon. It might be AJ Lee and BFAB. Because with AJ Lee, although she has pretty high charisma in the first place, but she also has the exclusive AJ Lee boots, which is going to push her charisma to 1.5 million, which isn't as much as I would like it to be. I would like to be a little bit higher. Leon says, what level are you on? The last one, stage 84, the end boss. Now, of course, that Soul Ruka is down arrow, which doesn't help us. May have to be BFAB. And this is the next highest charisma that we have. So that together would be 3 million. And we're going to have to use this, unfortunately, because we don't have anything better. And of course, we're going to need to use the W Universe to even stand a chance of beating that. Caesar says, hi, Grand Cat. I didn't see the link on the Discord of the live stream. There's one for your prior one, or did I miss it? Well, that means that someone hasn't uploaded a link yet. So make sure, Seether, that you go into the Discord server and at as many people as you can and just say, hey guys, the Grand Cat is live, go watch the stream. That is how that works. Okay, so the first one is, of course, male tag power. So what we're going to do is we're going to swap you out for literally anyone else. We're going to put in Yokozuna. Now, we're going to have to... oh my goodness. We're going to have to rely an awful lot on ability here. Now, this is plus 100,000, but this is plus 108,000. So I think this is actually better in terms of ability. Okay, Seether says tagged mods to get it done as I can't tags SW or NXT. Excellent, thank you, Seether. And John Wood said, hi, Grandcat. Hello, John Wood. Welcome to the stream. So we're going to be relying on that ability to activate in the first place. We're also going to need a male up arrow that has an incredible amount of power as well. Drew McIntyre is not a bad shout. Drew McIntyre's power is just a little bit higher than Royce Keys. So I think this might be what we're going for. And it's going to be the salt bucket for Drew. Then we need one more tag of power at the end here. So what is the next highest power that we have? Mark Rowan is pretty up there, as is Undertaker. Mark Rowan's power is just a little bit higher. I think it's going to have to be Matt Cardona. Then we need a right arrow with the highest power. So that double heroic Randy Orton would help tremendously. But we haven't completed War Games yet. I think Xavier Woods' power is just a little bit higher than Jey Uso's. I'm pretty sure that this Jey Uso has momentum on him. He does, so I think Xavier Woods actually just a little bit better. Even though it's speed and charisma is his thing, we really need the Matt Cardona, which is also speed and charisma, but his power is 1.3 million with the momentum on him. Actually, maybe Danhausen in Austin Theory is a little bit better than using the Matt Cardona. I don't know. Okay, I see there's a couple of messages that I've been missing. So let's see here. Daniel Miner has a strange little emoji. I've not seen that before. See, this says Baron, and then the Dark One posted the link. Dark One deleted his, though, after seeing Baron's. Daniel Miner says cat, 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 cat. Baron says links are shared. Thanks, Either. Didn't get the notification this was live. Seether says, you got this, by the way. You're welcome, Baron, and thank you for posting the live link in Discord. Leon says, I'd use Matt, and Kieran says, would you be able to show us how you did 76, 77... I've got all of them apart from 76, 77, 83, and 84. I honestly can't remember how I did those. Although I did one of them in the video, which is probably it's probably one of them. I'm not entirely sure though. I have no memory of that. What we're doing today is we're doing number 84. So at least, Kieran, you'll get to see 84. You will not get to see the rest on here. Okay, so we need the highest power. How big is Big Boss Man? $1.349. Interesting. $1.399. Okay, nope, Danhausen is slightly better. What's our next highest power? That's a very good question. Probably this one. Okay, let's go put some momentum on cards. I can't believe we could potentially win this with Danhausen. Okay. Let's see how close we are. Because this is the kind of thing that's probably going to take us a couple of tries. And we're going to have to do some maths here. So everyone get ready to put on your maths helmets, your maths hats. Let's see how close we can get. So the first one is tag power. We need to beat 3.97. So we need Yokozuna to activate here. And I think it's going to have to be Drew McIntyre. Okay, so if Yokozuna activates, we should be able to win that one. We need to get over 5 million? Oh, no. We need an extra 600,000 in charisma. How the hell do we do that? Okay, well, I mean, we're never beating that one until we use the super move anyway. How do we get an extra 600,000 in charisma? Do we have anyone in the stream that has actually got this Lola Vice yet? Because I would love to know how we're supposed to get that charisma. Okay, let's see. If we get the ability off of Yokozuna, does that clear us for power? Okay, there's the Banzai drop. That's what we want to see. Okay, so with the Banzai drop, we do win. We know that this is not enough, so we need to work out a way of getting even more charisma. However the hell we're going to do that. And then if we use the super here, that's probably enough. .6. 7.4. Oh, I'm not sure that is enough, actually. I think we might need a little bit more power as well. Well, how the hell does that make sense? It says that we won with 3.75. Burly Boy says, need max ability and razor proc. Razor Ramon is power and charisma. So how? Do we just have Yokozuna and Razor Ramon together? Even though they don't tag? And just hope that both their abilities go off at the same time? Is that what we're doing? We are indeed 600,000 away from that one. Right, let's do some math here. So 3,559,081 multiplied by 2. Okay, so we're currently at 7,118, which is not enough. Okay, we got 1 star. Okay. So this is what we're doing then. This is a 10% trigger. Ooh, jeez. Okay, time to spend some credits. It sucks. Hate spending credits. There we are. Oh, that's good. I think the Nicky Bella makes more sense. Okay, that's really good. That's the highest ability that we can get. That was incredibly lucky. Now we can combine these two Nicky Bellas. Very nice. Oh, you got this far. Now what, Grandcat? Nothing here helps, right? Just in case. Well, that's nice at least. So we just need 5 more matches. Okay, Spanner says Soul Ruka and BFAB. Alright, let's play a couple games wild then, shall we? We'll try and get the ability on this mouthguard, WrestleMania Rewind mouthguard. So the problem here is we're trying to complete campaign mode way earlier than it's supposed to be completed. Because the double heroic Randy Orton will really help with power as well. But if we can complete it tonight, then that would be incredible. Get attacked by a cough there, folks. So we just need 4 more games on that mouthguard ability. Okay, that's pretty good as well. It's not the highest power. In fact, actually, it's the weakest power, but it is still power. It's not horrible. Alright, let me read some of the chat here. Leon says, actually, Leon, are you someone from my Discord server? I don't recognize the name Leon. He says, oh no, math, my brain is still recovering from making a TBG attack plan. Kieran says, I really don't know how people get the 5 million in charisma. Yeah, me too. I'm also trying to work out how to do that. Caesar says, I have work today, so I won't be able to get back to campaign today. Until tonight, my time that is. Burley Boy NB says, need max ability and Razor to proc. Burley says, max ability up arrow. Interesting. Oh, Leon is Dark One from Discord. Caesar says, could you switch out Yoko's equipment for a mouth guard to proc a massive ability to help boost power for round 3? Leon says, looking at this, you're going to need an ungodly amount of luck. Well, thankfully, that is exactly what Big Ol' Grandcat has. An ungodly amount of luck. Kieran says, I'm cooked then, I don't have the rare, haven't played since like Static in this, till this new rarity. Spanner says, not that I've got everything I need to do 84, no universe yet. My plan is both Yoko and Razor with high proc gear. Spanner says, that's often what they do as campaign. It's really dirty in my opinion. Kieran says, I managed to do all of it apart from 76, 77, 83, and 84. Pongmash says, hey, how you all doing? I'm good. We've got a lot to do here tonight. Burley Boy says, nice. Ian says, okay, that's good. One of the Bellas useful. That's surprising. No, she's not. She is not helping out with this at all. Leon says, what about Triple H? We don't have a pro of him, and even if we did, I'm not sure that his power would be much better than the likes of Drew McIntyre's anyway. Spanner says, if you can get the procs on the first round, then Soul and BFAB with good supports takes the second and super move on good old Chguff round 3. I don't know what Chguff is. Spanner says, but it does need WrestleMania 42 charisma supports minimum, I think. Well, we shall try our best with what we've got. Now, the Rock Attack 2.0. Didn't the rack attack used to be called something else? Like the implant buster or something ridiculous? Okay, we just need one more match. Oh, Leon says, here's $2 for luck. Thank you, Leon. That is very, very much appreciated. I always appreciate a little bit of luck. Thank you for that. Spanner says, I thought the implant buster was Kong. It could have been Awesome Kong, maybe I'm misremembering. It's very possible. Maybe Nikki Bella was always the implant buster. I know that Brie Bella's was the X Factor, although she had a name for it. But like, she's such a bad wrestler that she would just slam the opponents, the female opponents, into the mat. It was just horrible. Okay, so we finally got it. Let's hope that we get the high ability that we're looking for. Okay, 5% trigger is not what we need. We can get 108,000 in ability. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, this is going to cost some credits. Alright, I've got an idea. In the same way that Danhausen does, Grand Cat can do the exact opposite. So, mouth guard, you are blessed. That'd be really good if we're going for power. But we need ability. Man, we're getting really, really good. Oh, there we go. That's it. That's the one. Okay, so that's the maximum ability that we can get on a WrestleMania Rewind mouthguard. The blessing worked. It sure did. Big Boss Man said hi. Hello, Big Boss Man. I'll be seeing him tomorrow. Oh. Actually, hang on. I'm going to go take care of that before I forget about it. Big Boss Man says, come, Grand Cat. We have biscuits to attend to. Okay, so this is still speed. It's not the highest amount of speed. In fact, actually, I think it's the weakest amount of speed we can get. The highest amount of speed goes up to 157,000 in speed. But I'm happy with that for the time being, at least. We don't need speed for campaign mode, so I think I'm okay with that. So this gives 291,000 to both power and charisma, which would be an extra 400,000 charisma, which I don't think is enough. I don't think that is enough for us to get over the charisma. Where the hell is our Razor Ramon? There we go. Spider says, oh, you've got AJ. Yeah, you can use her over Soul Broker. Yeah, because we've got the... we have the AJ Lee boots here, which are giving it this additional amount to charisma here. I think that's better than anything we could realistically put on. This is the next best one that we've got here. Yep, Big Bushman says female tag charisma need 5.018 million to beat it. Yeah, that's what we are working towards, Busman. And it's not easy. I need to see if that WrestleMania 42 is actually stronger than the double heroic. Swap out with anyone for the moment. Okay, so with no momentum and no equipment, you're 1.173 in power. You are 1.128. So 1.173 is still a little bit higher. Then if we get the variance on Drew McIntyre, then maybe go up a little bit. But I still think this is the highest that we've got in terms of power. So you can get 83,000 in ability. Plus 64,000. And 64,000 the highest ability you can get? Okay. Okay. 20,000 off. Dr. Dragon says, sup your grandness. Sparrow says, Grand Cat NXT represent. I would try it first as the charisma is the bottleneck and Yoko doesn't proc that. Seether says, howdy fellows, Grand Cat SWO and NXT members. Spanner says, you want to see if Razor's proc is enough. At the moment, I don't think it is. Spanner says, hey Seether, it's Genius here. Oh, I didn't realize that Spanner was Genius of the Sofa. Yeah, cool. Interesting. Right. Let's try this. And let's do some maths. Okay, we've got the Banzai drop. But we didn't get the Razor's Edge. Santos says hello. Hello, Santos. Okay, so we need to see this recap here. I hate when it doesn't let you click on the recap. Okay, we need to see the recap. We need to see how close we are. That's the next thing that we need. Actually, guys, what manager am I using? I'm really hoping that the manager is plus charisma. Okay, we got the Banzai drop again. Unfortunately, no Razor's Edge. Okay, good. Thank you. Give me the recap. Okay, that's what I wanted. I've got a really bad feeling that if Yokozuna and Razor Ramon both hit off their abilities, that it's not enough to win that first game. It would be plus 600,000-ish, which would be enough to win that one. And that would be enough to win that one as well. Huh. Oh, Spanner says you don't need the Yoko proc for charisma, so try the Salt Yoko. Well, oh, Future Royalty's here. Hello, Future Royalty. If we use the Salt Bucket, then we're not right arrow anymore. That's what the problem is with that one. Let's just try it until Razor Ramon procs and see what happens there. Okay, nothing that time. So we could be a little here for a little while, folks, just waiting. Oh, message held for review. Interesting. I wonder what that is. I'm not going to read it myself, because it could be anything. But it could also just be YouTube acting up and censoring something that didn't need to be censored. So the Razor Ramon's a 10% chance to activate. Oh my god, okay. We're doing another one then. We could be here a while. We've had this problem before. I remember there was a time that we streamed for, I think it was 3 hours, waiting for a reversal to activate that never happened. Spanner says, which one is Spanner again? Are you the dark one? Spanner says, might be worth seeing how close Salt plus Razor is. Salt and Razor? That's not a combination you want to do. Without synergy, seeing as Razor will get a couple of hundred to both. Leon says, oh no, no, Leon's the dark one. Who the hell's Spanner? You're not Dr. Jackal, because I can see Dr. Jackal there as well. I've forgotten who Spanner is. Oh, Spanner is Sofa, that's what it is, okay. So the thing is, if we put the salt bucket on Yokozuna, we have to take the salt bucket off of Drew McIntyre, which means that we need a different plus power, which is not really what I want to do. I just want to see how close we get. Oh, Daniel Minor is Bofa? I didn't know that Daniel Minor was Bofa. Wow. I'm learning all sorts of lore here. I just want to see Razor Ramon activate and see how close we are to everything. Okay, there's the Banzai drop, but unfortunately not the Razor's Edge. So the Banzai drop, we've had a couple of times because it's a 20% chance, but the Razor's Edge is only a 10% chance. So that's what is giving us problems. It's Volsky says, do you have the new Joe power equipment? I do not. But if it's a requirement, maybe. But the main problem is getting the 5 million charisma for the two females. That's what the issue is here. Dagnabbit. Do we have the best equipment, the best charisma equipment on both those females? Like, we don't have a WrestleMania 42 t-shirt. I wonder what I've got equipped to them. I know that I've got the AJ Lee boots, which is giving her the plus charisma. But do we have something better? Is an excellent question. Yeah, there's nothing better than that. This is a fully maxed out. Yeah. Okay, so we're not getting higher than that. However, I want to check something. Okay, so your charisma is only 1.583 million. Yours goes up to 1.692. So Sol Ruka's charisma is actually a lot higher. Oh, great. We've got Sofa and Bofa here. So Spanner says AG lead does proc as well, but might still be lower. But ideally want something that's up arrow. So 1.582. One 1.582, 1.30. So it's 200,000 less. Interesting. Do we have something that's stronger than this? That 1379 1454. Interesting. Okay. Now I need to see the recap on this. And also if that Razor Ramon could freaking proc, that would be helpful. Hamura says hi. Hi, Zgraka. Hello, Hamura. Yes, however, I know you comment on my videos. Comment is the word you want there. $439. Is that less than we had before? Thank you for the shout. You're very welcome, Hamura. All right, chat, I need you to do something. I need someone to rewind the video. I need someone to rewind the video and tell me what the combined number is for the AJ Lee and BFAB rather than the Sol Ruka and BFAB, because I think that could be the difference. Actually, I'm looking at it here. Right, so 4,4,3,8,4,5,4 minus the short arm clothesline, which was 40,000. I think that's 866. 4,3,9,7,5,8,8. Actually, this is 40,000. Power and speed. Power and charisma. Dang it. Okay, new idea. Let's write down this. 4,3,9,5,9,5,0. Okay, that is what their tag team is without the short arm clothesline, without anything else, and without the proc from this. Hamira says, "You're my favorite YouTuber." Thank you, Hamira. That does mean a lot to me. All right. I need to see that Razor Ramon activate. That's what I need to see happen. We're currently just playing until we get Razor Ramon's proc. That's what our next objective is. Span side drop, but not the Razor's Edge. Jonathan Canning says, "Nice to see a Scottish Supercard YouTuber. Scottish here too." Ah, very good. It's a little bit late at night. And thank you for coming out to see a big old Grand Cat trying to take on the final boss of campaign mode. Okay, we don't need to see the recap. All we need to do is see Razor Ramon actually activate. It's a 10% chance of Razor Ramon activating. And that's all we want to see. That's the only part that we want to see right now. Another message held for review. Spanner says, problem is you're not blessing the proc. Spanner, you are completely correct. You know what? I need to bless that trigger so that it activates. So, Razor Ramon's Razor's Edge, you are blessed. Oh no, I coughed at the point that I said blessed. I don't know if that's going to work or not. There's a Banzai drop. No Razor's Edge. That's because I coughed during it. Ugh. Jonathan says, can I still get that Razor Pro? Unfortunately not. Once the Battle Pass ends, it's not possible to get the card any longer. We just need to see that Razor Ramon proc. That is the next thing that we need. And unfortunately, we did not get it there. You know, I've never seen what this little goal thing is. Neat. Okay, folks, I have started a goal. You can see it there. If we get 5 super chats, then those people that I give the super chat, that do the super chat, will get a blessing from big old Grandcat. You have an hour of which to complete your quest. Oh my god, this not getting the Razor Ramon proc is horrible. Jacob has entered the chat. Hello, Jacob. JC says, I'm jumping back onto Supercard, still watching on my TV, but was messaging from my phone. Good luck on getting Lola Vice bait. Thank you, JC. Hamera says, I'm going, buys Grandcat. Goodbye, Hamera. Jacob says, hello, Grandcat, nice to catch a stream, love the videos. Thank you for that, very much appreciated. How many games have we done without Razor Ramon actually activating here? My goodness, it's been a lot, hasn't it? Surely this time. Nope, nothing. Any good tips for getting equipment? There's an equipment pack in the superstore right now for getting equipment. Unfortunately, other than that, you just have to get lucky at pulling them. Boom can also help with getting equipment, if you're lucky. If you get the right rewards in Boom, which no one ever does. Oh yeah, Spanner says I've never seen Boom equipment this tier. Yes. No, Boom gives you supports, not equipment. It gives you like managers. Yeah, equipment's a little bit tricky. No proc again. Can someone start a counter? Tell me how many games that we've played without Razor Ramon procking? Because it feels like a lot. Feels like I've been here for a little while. Yeah, nice. Been live for 69 minutes. Nice. Raymond says hello. Hello, Raymond. Nice to see you. Spanner says about 15, I'd guess. Feels like more than 15. Bofa says nice. Bofa would. Bofa knows me so well. God, this is dire. Raymond says, do you have any WrestleMania predictions? Give me a WrestleMania match and I'll tell you what I think is going to happen in it. Drew versus Jacob Fatu. Now, I think it's going to be a barn burner, first of all. And I think Jacob Fatu is going to win. And he's going to win by doing something horrible to Drew McIntyre that's going to write Drew McIntyre off for the next few months. Because in real life, Drew McIntyre is going to take some time away from WWE to go and film the remake of The Highlander, which Drew McIntyre apparently has a starring role in. So I think this is the last time we're going to see Drew McIntyre for a little while. And when Drew McIntyre returns, I think he is going to be rather venomous and wanting revenge against Jacob Fatu. So I think Jacob Fatu is winning. And I think he's going to have to do something colossal to take down Drew McIntyre. Sparrow says my old team would do WrestleMania predictions contest. I don't know if the Grand Cat would. I would do that. Sure, why not? If something you guys want, then sure. Poor Ann says hello is Armenian, bro. Really, Armenian. Wow, I don't think we've ever had anyone from that area before. Thank you for coming along. Raymond says also Cody versus Randy. Spanner says, oh yes, forgot about that. Spanner says he'll come back and say, Fatu, you and me, there can be only one. There can be only none. Diamond says, I believe that Drew is supposed to be the main hero's brother. Interesting. That's Duncan MacLeod, the Clan MacLeod, and there can be only one. Highlander. Was that no proc again? I believe that in the cartoon, it was Connor MacLeod as opposed to Duncan MacLeod, and he was supposed to be the ancestor of Duncan from the movies. Spanner says, Cody versus Randy Orton. Hey, if you want me to answer that, there's a goal up here. Poran says, yes, plus I follow you and I play Supercard. You're my favorite. Thank you very much. It's very, very cool. I'm always surprised at how impressively widespread the Grand Cat Grand Fleet is. And having someone all the way from, I guess it's Armenia. You'll have to tell me if that's correct or not. But it really means a lot to me. Thank you very much for finding my channel and for being a supporter of Big Ol' Grand Cat. My name is Wendetta. Wendetta? Is that how you pronounce that? Raymond says, honestly, best Supercard content creator. Thank you, Raymond. That really does mean a lot to me. I always try to give you guys, like when there's a new code or there's a QR code or something, I always try to put it at the beginning of the video rather than making you guys look through the video, having to watch stuff that you guys aren't interested in. I always try to make the videos as entertaining as possible. So I do an awful lot of this 100% with you guys in mind. Okay, there's the Banzai drop. We want to see the Razor's Edge. Oh my god. You know, this is very similar to headbutting your way through a wall, and it'll be just as satisfying when you succeed, although you might have a couple of cracks in your skull by the time you're finished. Jacob says, yeah, Grand Cat is the best Supercard creator. Thank you very much. Spanner says, F. Jacob says, seems like a genuinely nice guy. Thank you. Raymond says, you're the reason why I started playing Supercard. Really? Wow. That's a huge honor. Thank you, Raymond. The reason I started playing Supercards is because big old Jim Ross told me to. It was an episode of Raw, and good old Jim Ross said, Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a brand new WWE mobile game out there. It's called WWE Supercard. And you, big old grandcat, yes, you watching right now, you should download that app right this very second. And I was like, oh, yes, sir, Mr. Good old Jim Ross, sir. He was like, ah, damn straight. Eamon says, keep up the good work, man. Okay, are we going to get the Razor's Edge here? My goodness, it has been long enough. No, no, we are not. No, absolutely not. Yeah. Yeah. Jacob says we could do it with some longer videos, though. Well, one of the things is I try and make the videos entertaining for you guys. I don't want to just be spinning my wheels and not actually doing something. So I try to make the videos as long as they'll be entertaining. If there's an awful lot going on, if there's a lot of games to play, then look Messenger, brother. Huh? I don't have Messenger. If there's a lot of games to play, if there's a lot of special things ongoing in Supercard, I'll make the videos that long. Raymond says, have you seen the new Joe Hendry card that Supercard had added? Yes, I have seen it. I haven't got one yet. But in the latest video that I did earlier today, we played Blocker Buster, and we gave it a shot. Didn't get Joe Hendry, but I'm sure that I'll get him eventually. I actually have a story about Joe Hendry. Is it Jacob that's from Scotland? I've already forgotten. That's how bad my memory is. But I do have a story about Joe Hendry. It was a couple of years ago. It was before the pandemic, actually. And I was really hoping that would proc. I was at a little place called Partick Station that you may have heard of. And I was standing there with my friend Baron, and we were waiting on the train. And there was a dude who looked identical to Joe Hendry sitting there waiting on the train. And I kept saying to Baron, is that Joe Hendry? And the guy kept looking over his shoulder at us. And he was like, I don't know, man. And I was like, I'm going to go ask him. And I walked up to him. Oh, Jacob says, I'm not Scottish. Someone here is Scottish. I don't know who it is. But someone said that they were from Scotland. And I walked up to him and I said, are you by chance the local hero Joe Hendry? And he was like, what? No. Who's Joe Hendry? I said, oh, he's a wrestler. He's really, really over on the internet. You know, he's an amazing wrestler. And he's like, really? Tell me about him. And it says, oh, you know, he does these amazing entrances. He's really, really over. He's the local hero. He's like, oh man, and I look like him. I said, yeah, you look identical to him. You know, like you'd really. He's like, oh, I'm gonna have to look him up. Like, you know, I should have just said yes, I am, and you'd have thought that I was a special professional wrestler. And I was like, I was like, did we get the proc there? I don't think we did. I wasn't paying attention. No, we didn't. Okay. And then I went back to Bar and I was like, it wasn't him. And then I was thinking about it later that night and I was thinking, that was him. That was 100% Joe Hendry. That man was screwing with me. He was absolutely Joe Hendry. I met Joe Hendry at the Partick train station. I don't know where he was going or where he was off to, but we were going the same direction. And I 100% should have got a selfie with him. But definitely I met Joe Hendry. He just pretended that it wasn't him. JC says it's me, Austin. It was me all along. It's me that's Scottish. Ah, there we go. It's JC that was Scottish. Jacob says that's jokes. He was defo playing you up. Yeah, it was definitely him. Raymond says, sounds real like a true story. It was 100% true story. You see, Spanner says, I think it would have been revealed to himself if you had said, I believe in Joe Hendry. This is before the I believe in Joe Hendry. It's before he had that theme song. This is when he was still in ICW, which was in Glasgow. and before he was well known, that he was becoming a kind of a thing on the internet because people saw his entrances. Paran says, "One moment, brother. Look, message my account. I follow you, friends." I do not know what that means, Paran, but I'm trying to make a video here, so I'm not going to stop the video to go and check messages. Spanner says, JC says, "I used to go to ICW. I have like 8 photos of him from like 2017. It would have been around It'd been around 2018 that I met this mysterious fellow at Partick Station. So I think it was still potentially him. I also once saw Bobby Roode, or Robert Roode, depending what you know him as. I saw him on the train. Now, I was going from Greenock to Glasgow, and he was sitting on the train in front of me, and I didn't want to just go up to him while he was sitting on the train, and like message him, but I did take a little sneaky photograph with my phone of just the back and the side of his head, and put it up on Facebook and said, "Hey, is this Bobby Roode? From TNA?" And people were like, "That's 100% Bobby Roode." As he says, like, you need to go up to him, you need to like get his autograph or get a selfie with him. And I was like, I can't go up to him. Like, I don't want to go bothering these celebrities. Like, like when they're on the train, but like he's maybe just on his way to the gym or something. Like TNA was doing shows in Glasgow at the time. I don't know what on earth he was doing down in Greenock, or perhaps down in Gourock, which is a little bit further than Greenock. But it 100% was Bobby Roode that was on the train. But one of the things I said was he didn't look big enough to be a wrestler. And it was only after that I found out that Bobby Roode's only like 5'9", 5'10" or something. Like he's not massive. And then I was like, oh my goodness. So lo and behold, I've met Bobby Roode and Joe Hendry on trains. I've also legitimately met Stone Cold Steve Austin. That was at what is now called the Hydro in Glasgow. It used to be called the SECC, the Scottish Exhibition Centre. And the message is held for some reason, but Jacob said they're celebrities, man. They used to people asking them for pics. I'd have got 100%. I don't know. I just don't want to go messing with people. Like, if you look at Drew McIntyre's Twitter, he put up a thing about WrestleMania weekend, and he says, "Yeah, like we love seeing the same 20 people outside of each hotel rooms, all wanting you to sign all their Funko Pops and everything for all your kids that you got at home, and absolutely not to be sold on eBay." It's like, I don't want to go like messing with people with that. JC says, weirdest one was one night after ICW, we went to a nightclub nearby, and Moose, James, Noam Dar, Alba Fire, and the Kofis and JD McDonough were there, got photos with them all. Yeah, was the nightclub the Cat House by chance? Because that's where some of the wrestlers go. CM Punk's been there a couple of times, but there's a VIP room that's up on the top floor that generally gets booked out for the wrestlers. They don't just hang around the regular nightclub. It's just a little place for them to go relax afterwards. So yeah, that's 100% a true story that wrestlers do hang out there. That Sheamus has went there as well, along with Drew McIntyre, and yeah, it's a place that they like to go to. Jacob says, nah, they must find it annoying, but you don't get that opportunity often. Diometer says, there's been a real problem recently with people harassing wrestlers in public. Well, the problem hasn't been with people harassing people in public, it's with the female wrestlers and it's pretty horrible, disgusting behavior that really, really needs to stop. It's more perverted behavior, and I'm 100% not for that. It's horrible. These are real people. You've got to respect their boundaries. There's no need for some of the stuff that's going on, not just with wrestling celebrities in general, but yeah, I know what you're talking about, and yeah, it's not cool. Paran says, "Look, Messenger Supercard 1 moment." I don't know what that means, Paran. Jacob says, "I bet people are weird nowadays. You can't harass them, but saying hello, can I get a pic? Ain't that bad as long as you're polite." I agree, but there's also a time to go up and ask people, and if if they're on a train and they're already sitting down, they're comfortable and things, it's not the best time to go up and uh, you know ask for something. At least I would say. Now, says Dom had a recent incident with an autograph seeker. Really? I've not heard of that one. I would be interested in hearing that story. Also, guys, there's a lot of time when I'm not actually looking at the screen. So if you see Razor Ramon proc and I miss it, for goodness sakes, get my attention. Wait, was that the proc? Because they were both on 2.5 there. Someone rewind that a second and see if Razor Ramon procced for me. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Nah, Jacob says no, I didn't. Okay, thank you. Daniel Mayer says guy wouldn't take no for an answer. Jacob said definitely a time and place. I wouldn't go out my way to disturb anyone. It's cool enough just seeing them. At least get a cool story out of it. Actually, Jacob, you've actually got a good point there. Kevin Owens said this. He says that he refuses to sign things for people unless it's an official autograph signing. Like he won't just sign your Funko Pops, sign your whatever that's like that you happen to have on you. He says, but he will take a selfie with anyone. He says because you can't sell a selfie on the internet, you can't sell a selfie on eBay. He says, I'm not out here. I didn't work my ass off to get to WB to make other people money from signing autographs for them. He says, but I'll take a selfie with whoever because that's free and that's a memory, that's a moment for you guys. And, you can show that off to your friends. And a selfie means a lot to an actual fan, but it won't do anything for someone that's just there to make money. And Jacob says, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, you can't put a selfie on eBay. Yeah, and I think that's actually the way to go. If you're an autograph signing, you're spending money, you're paying money for the autograph. So, you're paying for the signature. That makes sense to me. Diamond says KO will write random things on official signings because he's bored and annoyed. I've seen this. I've seen him signing like one-of-one cards and writing crazy things on it. Leon says, I've met Solus Quo before. I couldn't get a photo because I was in a hurry, but he was really nice. Spanner says Solo's a great guy. I think Solo is one of those guys that genuinely appreciates his fans. I could believe that. There's some people that don't appreciate their fans, and I'm not a fan of them. You should always, if you are lucky enough to be in a position where you've got fans, I think you should appreciate those fans. And that's what I've always tried to do with all of you guys. I always try to give you guys the time of day. I always try to reply to your messages, or if I don't have time to reply to your messages, I'll at least leave a little heart on them, letting you see that I've read your message at least. I, talk to people on the Discord server whenever I'm free, but I'm not free all the time. I'm a pretty busy dude. But I do try to make some time for you guys. But there's people like, I don't like mentioning names, but I will here. There's a Banzai drop, but not the Razor's Edge. But I will here. Sasha Banks, Mercedes Monet, does not like her fans. She just thinks that she's above them. I don't like it. I have never been a fan of her, but that was the thing that put me off her entirely. There was a point where Sasha Banks was the face and Charlotte Flair was the heel, and Sasha Banks was telling her goons, her bodyguards, to push people out the way. Like she had to make her way to the hotel. She wasn't even looking at fans that had been sitting there waiting to see her and things. She just does not care. And Charlotte Flair, who was the heel, was taking time to take photographs and to sign things, and going from one side of the fans to the other side and doing all this before entering the same hotel. And I thought that was absolutely ridiculous. Now, I mean, it's one thing, you could be having a bad day, you could be annoyed or whatever, but this isn't a one-off thing with Sasha Banks or Mercedes Moné. It's just her as a person. I know that she's the niece of Snoop Dogg. She's always grown up around some level of fame, and she certainly has a way that she looks at the audience that I don't think is correct. You know. Jacob says, "How long you staying live for tonight?" Well, I mean, if we can finish off campaign mode, that would be amazing. Spanner says, "I loved her until I found this out." Some people are really, really good with their fans. See Alexa Bliss? Alexa Bliss is great with her fans. Liv Morgan, great with her fans. Rhea Ripley loves her fans. Rhea Ripley does not like being surrounded, which is fair. She genuinely, if you've seen the what's the WWE backstage thing called? WWE Unprecedented or WWE Unscripted or WWE something or other. It's on Netflix, whatever it is. Unreal, WWE Unreal. That sounds right. Uh, the Rhea Ripley genuinely gets nervous before going out to a show, and I can 100% see that she would not like being surrounded by fans. So, there has to be a little bit of, give them space, give them some patience. But Rhea loves her fans as well. Like, there's a lot of people. I've also seen Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns loves meeting up with people as well. Tony Ross says, W Unreal. Thank you for that, Tony. But yeah, I've not been a fan of Sasha Banks since I found out what she was like in real life. There's the Banzai drop. And no Razor's Edge. Raymond says, "Do you think any of the WrestleMania matches will include shenanigans or just be worse?" Yeah, I could see there being some shenanigans in a couple of matches. I have a particular idea for a hilarious ending for the 3-on-3 LA Knight and the Usos versus IShow Speed and the Vision. Maybe if someone clicks that little goal there and gets that up to 1, I'll tell you what my idea is. Jacob says, "I'm 3 stars up to 68. I'm having a break from campaign until I get some good equipment." May not be a bad idea. I'm thinking about leaving campaign until I get the double heroic Randy Orton. But I really want to see that Razor Ramon proc, because if he procs, then I can see how close I am. There we go! Finally! Oh my god, it actually happened. Okay. Two 2.33, 2.64. 5.036. Okay, so if Razor Ramon procs, we win the Charisma match. And then if we use the super there, that would be enough for that one. Okay, now we need to see the recap. We need to do some maths here. .16 to clear that. 2.163 plus 1.290 equals 3.453. And we need to beat 1.991 plus 1.988, 3.97. So if we add 208 to both of these, so 208 times 2 would be 416. .416, 3.869. Still not enough. If we super move that one, then it definitely works. So we don't need the Yokozuna proc. Okay, so we know we can win the female one so long as Razor Moon procs. And even at that, it's just barely. .314 plus 8. No. 0.862 plus 0.291 plus 0.291 equals 3758, which is less than what we had before. However, zero point zero seven eight plus 0.078 3914. Just not enough. Damn it. Okay. What do you think? Is that what I'm doing? And is that enough? Jeez, that's dire if that's what we're doing. So even if Razor and Yokozuna proc, it isn't enough to win this first match. We need this Razor Ramon here. We actually don't need the Yokozuna. What's our next highest in terms of power that's right arrow? Randy Orton. Of course it would be Randy Orton. The double heroic Randy Orton would be sufficient, wouldn't it? God damn it. Okay. Different idea. This is a stupid idea. Is that what I'm doing? Trying to re-roll this into power? Alright, let's do it. That's toughness. That's charisma. That's really bad charisma. That's toughness again. That's speed. That's ability. That's trigger. And that one's also ability. Okay, time to swap out before it starts eating all of our credits. Power this time. Speed. We want power. That's toughness. Power, please. Got down. I was really hoping it would get to power before that. Okay. That's what we wanted. What's the highest power we can get in this one? 80,000. All right. Well, that's 46,000. Let's do maths. Okay, 1.868 plus 0.908 equals multiply by 1.2 331. Oh, okay. We need to add the 600 as well. So plus 0.291 plus 0.291, and then multiply by 1.2 is enough. 4.02. 4.02. So in theory, folks, the point that we are on now at is if Razor Ramon procs, we should be able to complete campaign mode. Did I put the salt bucket back on Drew McIntyre? I don't think I have. Yeah, there's no way that Austin Theory has a higher power than what Drew McIntyre does. I need to put that back on Drew McIntyre. Yep, that's right. Okay, so folks, if Razor Ramon procs, we should win. Now let's now that I was doing that, you may have heard me doing some calculations there. I don't even know what that sounded like on camera, but let me read some of these comments that I missed. Jacob says, don't get me started on Heroic Randy. I work at nightclub on weekends, so I could only get the standard. I'm gutted. Ah, interesting. A nightclub. I got the Heroic Seth in Ember for him to be in my deck. Couple of days at most pointless grind ever. I know, like, it really sucks at the end of a tier. There's the Banzai drop, but it's not the Banzai drop we need. We need the Razor's Edge. Hammer says hi. Raphael says, good evening. May I ask what deck and support you use for stages 71 up and 72 stages 71 up, please? I don't even remember what stage 71 is. Hammer says, hi, I'm back. Spanner says, wave. Jacob says, campaign takes so much brain power. It sure does, doesn't it? My God. Mason Cummings says, hi. Harris Interview says, hey, dude, love the content. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Harris. Mason Cummings says, hey. Hammer says, hi. Harris Interview says, how are you tonight, mate? Well, my brain has melted about an hour ago, and I am working off of slush. So I am doing my best that I can. Hammer says, hi, is a grandcat. Yes, that is my name. Spanner says, you forgot the Razor proc. Yes, I did. I added it on later on. Hammer says, how many pro do you have of Wrestling Mania? What the hell does that mean? Kieran says, is it even possible without Razor? Honestly, I'm not sure at the moment. The reason that we need Razor is for the female charisma match, because you need to get over 5 million with a female charisma tag, and without something else giving them an additional boost, I don't see any way of being able to win that match. So Razor Ramon, his proc gives both power and charisma to the entire deck. So that's what we're relying on in order to win this match here. And that's what we've been doing for the past 113 minutes, according to this stream. Spanner says, how many WrestleMania pros do you have? I think he is asking. All of them. I have every single one. I honestly have no idea. I don't know, like 20? 25? Kieran says, I have one Razor, but no pro didn't place in static. I think you're going to need the full F1 Razor. Spanner says there is a remote possibility, I guess, that a single Razor from Yoko's Quest may be able to make it work, but I think that's asking a lot. So basically, right, I'm going to explain this to you folks all out there. You're not supposed to be able to get the campaign card at this point. The point you're supposed to be able to get the campaign card is after there's been a few different events, a few different special editions. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get the campaign card really, really early here. And that's why it's relying on the Razor Ramon. If we were to wait until the end of the tier, when we've got a whole bunch of double heroics, when there's a whole bunch of special editions, likes of Soul Rukas, Jacob, I was about to say Jacob Fatu, Joe Hendry, and those are the only two at the moment. Then at that point, you should have a much, much easier time with campaign mode, and you'll be able to get the Lola Vice, but you're not supposed to have the Lola Vice this early. Jacob says, I didn't even think to use Razor. It's the only thing that's giving plus additional charisma, and it's the only way I can think of to get over 5 million with a female tag. 5 million charisma with a female tag. Harris says, I have 5 Mania Pros, 4 male, 1 female, with 26 singles. My goodness. You have either been getting very unlucky or you've been very lazy and not proing your WrestleManias. Afnan Ahmed. I'm going to call you Ahmed because at least I know how to say that. It says, why are you doing the same thing again? Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the Razor Ramon special ability to activate, which is a 10% chance of it happening. If that activates, it will give 291,000 power and charisma to the entire deck, which will allow us to win that first match in power, and then allow us to win the female match in charisma, and then we can use the super on the final match, and then we can complete all of campaign mode, because this is the one last match that we have left to go. And that is why you can see here that we've got literally every other star. We're 2 stars away from completion, and this is what we're relying on here. So you can see here, this part here says 291.3 thousand to both power and charisma to the entire deck. That is what we are hoping to activate, but it's only a 10% chance. Ahmed says, "Oh, I got you. I joined the stream late. Completely fine. I'm glad that you asked rather than just sitting there wondering what I was doing. It also helps with anyone else that joined late to figure out what it is that we're doing here. When you watch the stream back, you'll see that it took us quite a lot to get to this point. There was a lot of maths involved." Jacob says, so you've done the maths. If he procs you complete campaign, we should, in theory. We know that we win the female match if Razor Ramon procs, which is the thing that we needed to check. And I believe that if Razor Ramon procs, then Yokozuna and Razor Ramon will get to 4.0... close the calculator. 4.0 something, which is just more than the 3.91 that Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins have. Kieran says it's a full Ember ability you're using on him. It's more than that. It is a WrestleMania Rewind mouthguard, and that is the maximum amount of ability that you can have on him as well. So that is a fully maxed out mouthguard, but unfortunately there's no way of us increasing the 10% chance of the Razor's Edge activating, so we're just at the mercy of hoping that will activate. Kieran says, oh, Rewind's nice. Yes, very cool. So we've tried all sorts, putting the salt bucket on Yokozuna, having ability on both of them, hoping that both Yokozuna and Razor Ramon proc at the same time. But now, with what we've managed to set up, I believe we should be able to win if we get one proc off of Razor Ramon without having to worry about the Yokozuna proc. For anyone that doesn't know what proc means, it just means the activation of the super move. I can't even think of what proc stands for at the moment. All I can think of is proctator, which is incorrect because it is a legal term here in Scotland. Proclamation. Someone tell me what proc stands for again. I've forgotten the word. Spanner says programmed random occurrence. That's not what proc stands for. Is it? Brown Brother says, that is a capital good sir. Here says, yeah, he's right, it just means like using an ability that hasn't a chance. Really? Programmed random occurrence? That's what it is? Sure it came from computing? I need to look that up. Like, this feels like a Mandela effect. I'm pretty sure that proc stands for something else. Procedure. That's what I knew proc as. Yeah. And yeah, I'm looking up on Google. Proc does stand for programmed random occurrence in gaming, referring to a trigger effect. But procedure is what I knew it as. The original sources originated as a term for special procedure in early MUDs, the multi-user dungeons, which were triggered events. I knew it as procedure, not as programmed random occurrence. It can also be process. That could be proc, can be shortened to procedure or process. It does mention that in Unix-like systems, such as a proc file system in Linux is detailed. And yeah, with my background in 3D animation, that's definitely what I would have known proc as is procedure. So yeah, because it also it's short for procedural generated. I was about to say maps, but that's not correct. Procedural generated something. That's graphics for when the person actually making the thing doesn't actually make it, just lets the computer randomly produce it itself. Yeah, interesting. Spanner says, nice, a Mandela effect reference. Yeah. In this day and age. Jacob says, I asked ChatGPT and it said what Spanner said. Ahmed says, by seeing your dedication towards it, I can just pray to God to trigger the ability. Yeah, you know what? I should really be blessing this ability myself, you know. We need as much help as we can get. Jacob says, what is Razor's proc chances at 10%? It is indeed 10%. Spanner says, well, it says 10%, but I think we've learned today it's about 2%. Harris interview says 2 wins off 12 in Boom for the Mania cards. Spanner says that's why random is inside the definition requires a random trigger chance. Jacob says was going to say defo not getting it every 10 games. Yeah, it's absolutely. I mean, the thing is, right, here's the thing about a 10% chance. If there's a 10% chance of it happening, there's a 90% chance of it not happening. And 90% is way bigger than 10%. So you just have to wait for that lucky thing. Harris interview says, have you done Boom today? I did some Boom, but I've been focusing more on campaign, as is evident by the video. Leon says, alrighty, I'm back. Any luck in getting Razor's proc? It procced once. Spanner says it's 50-50. You're right. It's completely 50-50. Either it procs or it doesn't proc. That's a whole 50-50. So we just need to get that 50-50 chance of it activating, and you are blessed. Okay, didn't get it there. Kieran says, oh my god, I just bought the WrestleMania 42 boost and got ability equipment. You know, the ability equipment is only good for the final match of campaign mode. Other than that, is garbage. It is terrible. Never use it. But it is absolutely required if you're trying to complete campaign mode super early like I am. Harrison for you says, okay, as the 12 win reward is 2 mania cards. The 12 win reward is 2 mania cards. For you, it does not necessarily mean that that's the same for everyone. In fact, since I've got a little bit of time here, let's just go and show off my boom rewards for 12 wins is 5 of the following, which means that you'll probably get 4 Royal Rumble 26 cards and 1 Ember card. So absolutely not worthwhile. Spanner just deleted a message. What did you just say? You say that again. Jacob says, I was gutted to pull the mouthguard earlier. Now I'm kind of glad it's got some use. It does have some use. It's absolutely freaking required for this final match. It's also really good if you just put it on Yokozuna. And if you get lucky, it means that you'll just smash through the rest of your event. Brown Brother says, yeah, it's garbage for me. I know that's not what it says. I'm not going to read that out loud. Kieran says, I opened a couple of the equipment packs, got like 2, and got the Charisma guitar. Well, that's good. Harris interview says, dang, I didn't realize it was different for everyone. Yeah, it's just down to sheer luck as to what you get. Spanner says about how my boom was 5 of the lowest. Brown Brother says, my bad. It's all right, you're allowed to say those kind of things. I just can't read them out loud. I mean, I don't necessarily think that I would get, you know, striked or flagged for swearing. I just try not to. It just is a general thing. Jacob says, how old are you, Grand Cat, if you don't mind me asking? I don't mind you asking at all. I'm 301 years old. And you can go and check out my YouTube channel of Grand Cat celebrating his 301st birthday. Which I got some wonderful presents from some very good friends. Brad Brother says, course. Jacob says, lamau. Spanner says, cat ears. Well, you can count it cat ears if you want. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not a vampire that's 301 legitimate years old. I mean, last year I turned 300. This year I was 301. Brown Brother says, where are you from, by the way, Scotland? I am indeed. I'm a big old Scottish Grand Cat, and I hail from Glasgow, Scotland. Glasgow, home of the Grand Cat. So for anyone that's just joined the stream, we have been streaming for 2 hours now. We are literally just waiting for Razor Ramon to proc. In the 2 hours that we've been doing this, he has procced once. So that is roughly once every hour and a half. So if all goes well, we've got about an hour left of the stream until Razor Ramon procs again. At least that's what it freaking feels like. Kieran says, I live just outside of Glasgow. Ah, interesting. Well, Glasgow's a big area. There's the city of Glasgow, and there's the greater city of Glasgow, which is a much, much larger area. Harris interview says, I have Aberdeen and Stonehaven. Oh, okay. Aberdeen is quite high up, but I have some friends over there. In fact, actually, I had a friend that came from Aberdeen to a college in Greenock, and it was literally about 2 hours train ride every single day. 2 hours down and then 2 hours back up, so 4 hours in the train, because we had a really, really high level college university in the area that I was in. And I basically, at the time, don't live there anymore, but I lived across the road from it, which was incredible. Jacob said, I heard you say in a video you ran a shop. Is it your own, and what kind of stuff are you selling? It is. It is my own shop, and Oh my goodness, it's 20 past 1. It's now officially the 15th anniversary of my shop, Kerden Cosplay. So that is a huge, huge achievement. Having a shop open for 15 years is incredibly difficult. What we are is we're a card gaming shop. Caird is Scottish slang for card. And in the first year, we tried to do cosplays, and it didn't really, like, no one was really interested. So we stopped that part, and it's actually really difficult to change the name of a shop once you've opened it. So it just stayed. Jacob says, well done, mate. Great accomplishment. Thank you, Jacob. 15 years is a long time to do anything. And that's 15 years of paying rent, paying overheads, paying insurance, paying for accounts, paying for water, paying for electricity, paying for stock, of course, fighting with distributors. It's a hell of a lot of effort to run a shop. Most people will do it for about a year. Jacob says, what was it called? Sorry, I missed it. It's called Caird and Cosplay. Kerd and Cosplay. And later on today, we'll be going into Caird and Cosplay, and we'll be recording some videos. I might even try and do a live stream, although it's a very old building. It was designed at some point a long, long time ago, and it's designed to withstand bombings because in World War II, Glasgow was bombed. So a lot of buildings, old buildings, were all reinforced to be able to withstand a bomb. And because of that, there is very little internet that you can actually get inside the shop because the whole thing is a huge freaking bomb shelter. So I don't know whether we'll be able to do a live stream from the shop, but I will certainly give it my best shot. And if not, then we'll just record videos and they'll be uploaded later. Brown Brother says, you guys reckon campaign can be done without Yoko? I think it can be done without Yoko. I don't think it can be done without Razor Ramon. Kieran said, so sad that building was ruined by a vape shop. Yes, that absolutely was. That was at Glasgow Central Station. It was an unlicensed vape shop, which caught on fire and ruined half of the freaking station. Absolutely ridiculous. Harris Interview says, got the 12 wins. I got Liv Morgan single and a Jade Cargo Pro. Oh, very good. Those will help out quite a lot. Jacob says, had a little mooch on Google. Fair play, mate. If I ever end up in Glasgow, I'll come and visit. You'll be more than welcome to. Now, bear in mind, I'm not always in the shop, so it's very possible that you might appear and there might not be a Grand Cat. But I do show up there on occasion, and that's when you see the videos that we record on here. Generally, it tends to be One Piece. One Piece TCG tends to be the big thing at the moment. Brown Brothers says, I thought it could be my first campaign card. You probably can. I mean, we're just trying to do this super early. I mean, it'll be a lot easier to complete this towards the end of WrestleMania 42 tier. But, I mean, we're trying to do this before we've even got a single WrestleMania 42 double heroic event card. So, yeah. Brown Brother says, I guess in a few weeks with a few more special editions. Yeah, hope so. But when you see the people that have got like very early campaign cards, you know, like in the top, like, you know, the top 100, this is the kind of thing that they've had to go through. Just sitting here over and over and over again, hoping that something procs. Kieran says, I missed Randy. I was actually in hospital during it. Gutted. It was really easy as well. That's unfortunate, Kieran. I hope you're doing all right, though. Harris interview says, hope you're good, Kieran. Exactly the same. Same sentiments from Big Old Grant as there is Harris interviews. Harris interviews, eh? Perhaps I, the big old grand cat, could get an interview from you, Harris? Sure people like to know about big old grand cat. Meow meow. Jacob said, looks like you're going to be at least 325 years old before Razor procs. Yeah, the tier might end before Razor procs at this point. Ahmed says the ability can't trigger. It's beginning to feel that way. The thing is, we've seen it. There we go! There we go! We got the Razor's Edge! Holy shit! Oh my god. After all that, it wasn't enough. Just making sure that we do absolutely win this female match. Okay. Now what? No, we won this one. We can win this one in the super move easily. It's this one. The thing is, if we give Yokozuna his equipment, he's then an up arrow and not a right arrow. Now what? Hmm. The thing is, with that proc, we only barely beat this, so we can't go changing the equipment on the Razor Ramon. Brown Brother says I saw someone do it with up arrow Razor with maxed ability and up arrow equipment. What females were they using, Brown Brothers? Soul and B-Fab. Same as I'm doing. It was Soul and B-Fab or AJ. Ah. Really? So this is currently 60024 plus 84034 plus 108044. This is currently 252102 to ability. We change to an up arrow. Maximum we can get is 64826 plus 83348. So it's like 106,000 less. Hmm. Wait. Nope, needs to be 83,000. Okay, that's the one we wanted. It needs to be the full amount. It needs to be 64,000. Okay, that's the one we want. That's the maximum ability. Seems the Grand Cat's went entirely insane now. Okay, so we're currently at 1.455. 1.515. Okay, it's a mild increase. Certainly. All right, that's the best that we can do. Literally can't do any more than that. Better bless this Razor Ramon so that he procs immediately. You are blessed. That looks like a distinct lack of proc. Although it does look a lot freaking closer than it was before. Jacob says, what match are you using support on? Charisma for the female tag match. It's the only way for us to win that match. Hey, Spanner, I wouldn't say things like that. That's kind of thing that gets you banned from chat. So if this activates, let's do maths. I enjoy doing maths. Yes. Okay. 0.999 plus 0.187 plus 2.680 plus 0.187 equals 4.053. Okay, that's enough for that one to win. Point 175 plus 0.187 plus 2.369 plus 0.87, 4.918. 4.918. Damn. New idea, folks. Burley Bob says it might need WrestleMania uni. I do not know what uni means. Ugh. Hmm. Cool, we got the objective part of that done. I think that's the only one we need there. Cool, got a WrestleMania 42 card. Perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Thank you, game. Yeah, I'll take that as well. Why the hell not? Okay. Yes. New card discovered. Indeed. Now, there's a chance. All right. We need to work on that one. Liar. You also want that same max level, right? Okay, that's a bit better. All right, you son of a bitch, we're back. See, it's a lot more impactful when Grand Cat doesn't swear often, because it means that when he does swear, it means it's serious. So 225,000 charisma is what we would like to see. To charisma. Charisma. We need that charisma. Perfect. That is the maximum charisma we can get. Now we need to see 157,000 to charisma here. Wonderful. All right. Now things are looking up. Now it looks like this is possible. Oh, right, yeah. This is maximum number of equipment cards. Of course, I forgot that we just did that, didn't we? Right, we don't need these guys. As much as I'd like to keep that Lifleur mask, we've already got one, and I don't think that was going to help out tremendously. Whereabouts is in Scotland is Joe Hendry from? I believe he's from either Ayr or Aberdeen, Aberdeenshire. I think he's from Ayr though, which is up in the Highlands. Oh. Says we're all here. How about we make a pro of an Ilya Dragunov? That's a fun thing to see, isn't it? Yeah. I think Drew's from Ayr. Yeah, he's from Ayr, Scotland. Harrison View says sick image of Ilya. Yes, very nice. I really like the title images. There we are. There's our Ilya up to level 105 now. Very, very cool. Actually, I don't think that's enough, is it? Yeah, we need to get rid of freaking 10 more equipment. Oh my goodness. Right. I think it might be time for these to come out. You're still totally fine. You are less good. I don't think we need this anymore now that they've got the math guard. And this is not as helpful. So, okay, we're going to get rid of them. So it's 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually, we've got a lot more up and down arrows now. We have one of each and 2 up arrows. So we don't need this. Actually, we'll keep one. We don't need that one. You're pretty useless. As are you. I've lost track of how many that is. Let's dust some of these. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need to dust 2 more. That was pretty terrible. And that one's awful. Yep, that's the 2. Okay, cool. We spent a lot of credits, we spent a lot of money, but actually, are we still on 59? Yeah, wow, no one's managed to get one yet. Alright, so in theory, if Razor Ramon procs now, for the 3rd time tonight, well, we should win. If my horrible, horrible, terrible maths is correct. Kieran says, by the way, when you change Dro Hendry's image, it goes back to the default one. Yeah, interesting. I think that may be because of his pro animation. I haven't seen the pro animation yet, but I have seen a screenshot of it in motion. So I think it's got a cool pro animation. Also, at this point, I'm going to give a huge shout out to all the members of the Grand Cat Grand Fleet that are still watching here. There's 36 of you that are still watching me doing this. So huge shout outs to you guys. It is now 2 AM here in Glasgow, in the home of the Grand Cat in Scotland. Grandmother says campaign says 71 for me, so I don't know what that 71 means. And I don't know why campaign is talking to you. It's 2 questions. Leon says, I ain't leaving until you beat this damn campaign. Well, believe me, we can beat it. Won't be through lack of trying. Harris Interview says at 2 AM, Malvern, UK for me. Ah, Malvern. I've never heard of Malvern before. I'm not even sure what part that is. Wales, maybe? Don't know. Grandmother says no, like the Lola Lamau. My Guy Hunter has entered the chat. Hello. Welcome, My Guy Hunter. For all of you that are new here, well, first of all, if you click that subscribe button, it's entirely free. Really helps out. But for all of you that are new here that are wondering what it is that I'm doing, we're just trying to wait for the Razor Ramon proc, and that should hopefully be enough for us to win. But yes, if you do subscribe, it helps out the channel tremendously more than what you think it would. And if you can click the notification icon, that also helps you see when Grandcat goes live. But if for some reason you hate big old Grandcat, you can still subscribe and then turn off all notifications, which means you won't get a single freaking thing about whenever I upload a video. And it still helps the channel by giving the video another subscriber. Or giving the channel another subscriber even. So if you want to be part of the Grandcat Grand Fleet without the fuss of listening to a big old Grandcat, go ahead and click that subscribe button and turn off notifications. Kieran says he thinks it's possible with a single razor. I'm not even sure if it's possible with an F1 razor at the moment. I'll let you know once I get it. My Guy Hunter says, nice man, when I was here earlier you were still fighting with the razor proc. We're still here, we're still at that. That's still what we're doing. You know, maybe CM Punk just is the best in the world. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe we just can't beat him. Maybe he's too good. I mean, he's got Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. There's the Razor's Edge. Oh my god. Oh my god, they won. .348, 2.304. Please be enough. 2.53, 2.582. Holy shit, I think that's more. Oh my god. .257, 3.562. This had better be enough. Oh my god, I don't think it's enough. We got the Razor's Edge and the Banzai drop. They both activated. Craig says the males for final match are too low in power, mate. Yeah, you think? Yeah, me too, Jacob. All right. At least we can win the first two. Harrison for you says, would having an F3 theory help? Probably. Hmm. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I may not have a brain, but I have a plan. Because I think we can do this. Because getting the first two was the hard part. And now that that's out of the way, it's just this part. And I think we can do it. And I think we can do it. In the next video, goodbye. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to do it in this video. we're 100% doing it. We haven't came this far to give up at this stage now. But what I am going to do is I'm going to go to the toilet. So I shall be back in about 5 minutes, folks. Enjoy sitting here watching this little recap, and I shall be back in just a moment. In the meantime, maybe you could talk about WrestleMania. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a moment. The old Grand Cat has returned, ladies and gentlemen. All right. In the wise words of some dude out there on the internet, let's fucking go. Leon says, wait, no, don't give up, hell no. Jacob says, nah, you nearly broke my heart then. Roman winning right chat. Brock versus Oba is only on ESPN. It's worse than the ad break on Netflix. Roman surely going to win. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to call it for a night, boss. So good luck, boss. Okay, well, see you later, Spanner. Thanks for coming along. Brother says, peace. My guy Hunter says, campaign is tough, man. I'm only 210 of 252, still losing my mind. Kieran says, those SmackDown ads gotta go for real. Jacob says, Knight's owner. Spanner, same my guy. Brown Brothers, it's madness. I'm full free to play as well. Jay King says, I can't beat mine. I need double proc. I need double proc from Yoko and Razor, plus one from AJ Lee. Kieran says, 3-minute ads every 20 minutes on a 3-hour show. Harris says, Roman wins, come out, celebrate on Raw, and then Oba interrupts him and says he's entering King of the Ring tournament where he'll face Roman. Yeah, what Harris said, trust. Kieran says, nah, Speed gonna smoke Roman on Monday after Mania. Word. No, you guys are incorrect. I mean, Pat McAfee's going to be a champion, right? Okay, so we are about 500,000 short. Cool, we've got one more star. I forgot we could do that. This thing's the freaking problem. Right, we're going to need another super move. So... yeah, it's perfect. Right, let's get a super move. JB says, just tuning in back. How the hell did you manage the charisma match? With great difficulty and furious anger, those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers, and you will know my name is the Lord when I lay thy vengeance upon thee. That's from Pulp Fiction. It's also in the Bible. Ezekiel 65:17, the path of the righteous man is set by all sides by the iniquity of the Holy Spirit. At least I think that's how it goes. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. Kieran says, I don't mind the Pat thing, but it's all about him now when it's supposed to be Randy's moment. Yeah, see if instead of Pat McAfee it had been Kevin Owens. Things with Kevin Owens coming out with the oh, we've been streaming for 3 hours now, wow. If Kevin Owens had stolen the title off of Cody and things, like I think that would have made a lot more sense. Brown Brothers, you can still get Soul Rooker. She's still around for another week. So you can certainly still get your F3 Soul Rooker. The reason that I was deliberately losing matches there is because you get 4% on your super move. When you lose a match, you only get 2% when you win a match. So I was deliberately trying to lose as many games on Women's Royal Rumble there. Let's check our challenges, actually. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. J King says, for fun, use the Grand Cat. How long do you think it'll be for me to get a double proc from Yoko and Razor? Been at it for hours now, hasn't happened once. Well, I've been streaming for 3 hours, and Razor Ramon 3 times. So you get roughly one Razor Ramon proc per hour. As for Yokozuna, it's a 20% chance, which is a 1 in 5 chance, which also means it's a 4 in 5 chance of it not proccing. So the chances of getting a 20% chance and a 10% chance to activate at the same time would be a 10% chance of 20%, which is roughly a 2% chance, which, if you imagine you took a 50 to 1 odds shot, that would be like you making back 50 times your money on that activating. Steiner math. Sure is. It's actually less than a 2% chance, but I'm not going to go into the specifics of that. Kieran says, the Joe Hendry equipment and draft board or anything, or is it just those equipment? I would also love to know the answer to that. Because I don't know. I don't know how to get those. Jacob says you'd be better off playing 100 to 1 roulette than waiting for Yoko and Razor to proc. Yeah, it'd probably be cheaper too. Alright, our super move is almost done, so rather than play Royal Rumble, we just completed a couple of challenges. Jacob says, I don't know about cheaper. I don't know. I mean, if you've seen the amount of money that I spent on supercards, like, at least with roulette, you win money back. So let's go ahead and just play a couple of quick games of Wild, shall we? That'll do, I guess. James says, yeah, I bet you spent some dough on this. Well, I try not to think about it. That's the answer. A friend of mine once said that you'll spend like 40, 50, 60 pounds on a new game. You'll play it for like a week until you 100% it, and then after that you won't play it again. So if you're playing something like W Supercard that you enjoy and you're having fun with it and you're playing it for a lot longer than you would, a AAA title game, then there's no harm in spending some money on it. I mean, you can play the game entirely for free, but if you're enjoying yourself, if it's the kind of thing that you want to spend money on, then like, sure, why the hell not? So that's one way of looking at it that way. Kieran says avoid bank statements. Yeah. Okay, we've got the super move. That's what we wanted to see. Jacob says I'd just buy battle passes and occasionally packs that like the equipment one. I opened 3 of them today, got one WrestleMania, so I gave up on them. That's fair. If I wasn't insane, Maybe I wouldn't be going after limited edition campaign cards, but unfortunately I am, and unfortunately there's other people out there who are as well, so that pushes me on to do what I'm doing. Right. I believe she has the, actually, hang on. Okay, we need how many? We need 90. See Craig saying I wasn't trying to come across as a douche in my previous comment, but me also think I'm actually close 1.7. Yeah, no, I understood what you were saying. It's just you had horrible timing, and I had the comedic response to you. So yeah, no, there's no offense there. Don't worry. Okay, so that Nia Jax then. This one. Code. Performance Center. Okay, now that's what we need to work on. That'll do. Okay. We want to reroll this to 225 power. I don't think that's going to be enough. Perfect. How much more can this get to? 157. I think that might actually be enough. Here says it's sickening when you get to 250 roll and like times 9 and still not got it. Yeah. Craig says been speaking to Midas. I think he means King Midas. He does YouTube videos, and he says that and he said that's what you need to have before it starts. Right now, for me, that seems impossible. I know of King Midas. I don't know him personally. I've spoken to JB. He seems like a nice guy. I know of King Kitten. I think that was his name. Although I know of him from Twitch, and I'm not even sure if he still does Supercard. Okay. Okay, so I mean that's a definitive improvement on what we had before. See how much we've increased it by. 42865 plus 42865 plus 103466 equals 189,196. And we now have 93371 plus 93371 plus 225378 412. So we've increased it by 230,000. I think that could be better. Brown Brothers, you might not want to keep spamming. The chat can stop you from replying after a while. Craig says this campaign is such a cash grab. Yeah, more so than any other ones. Bramble says, yeah, we're just baffled. You can type blanks. Okay, I didn't know if that would do anything or not. $1.215. Much higher. Good. Jacob says, you're not working tomorrow, Grand Cat? I am. I am indeed working tomorrow. But I'm also crazy. Which is why we're still here. I guess. What? Hmm. Right, we want to see that 157 in power. Perfect. Okay. All right, let's try this. Craig says if you can get an F3 priest. Harry says, what shift are you doing later? We go in about 1 p.m. and we stay until we decide to leave. That drew's close enough, I think. It's just the down arrow ones. Take Yoko off momentum and put it on theory? Absolutely not. Okay, well, this one doesn't count because Yoko's doing a proc there. So I can't go reading the attacks of these ones. Okay, now proc razor. Just to annoy me. Okay, good. Okay, now I can do some maths. Okay, so let me see here. 1.457 plus 1.796. Okay, so that's after. Plus 0.87 plus 0.187 equals that. Multiply by 1.2 equals that. Multiply by 2. Doesn't seem right. Plus 10%, no. Plus times 2. Hmm, 7.97. Does 7.97 beat? It does. Come on, Razor. Gah. Man, big old Grand Cat is getting tired. Holy crap. This is taking forever. Ristar.exe says hi. Hello, Ristar. I haven't heard of you since the Mega Drive days. Or if you're in America, you might know it as Genesis. And Brandler says, thought you went silent, Lava. I'm muted by accident. Oh no. Okay, let's see here. Let's see that Razor Ramon proc. Man, it must be getting closer to the time. We're getting like 1 proc per hour. Thought it was the great lock-in. I don't know how much I can lock into to get this to proc. Maybe the great proc-in. Brother says, don't want to leave a PC about to blow up soon. Gotta switch to mobile soon. Yeah, that one's better. Man, big old grandcat sure is hungry. Harris interview says, come on, Razor. Yes. Jacob said, just had a pot noodle. What flavor of pot noodle? I'm not sure how to say your name, but he said, you need Prockhausen. Yes. The late night munchies. Maybe you need a Roman Pro instead of OD Drew. Beef and tomato. I happen to be preferable to the chicken and mushroom. And occasionally a sweet curry. Man, I'm like half falling asleep while doing the stream. Remember, if you hear big old grandcat snoring and the movement on the screen stops, you just need to chat really loudly until grandcat wakes up, and that is how you. That's how that works. Either that, or you can wait like 6 or 7 hours until grandcat wakes up. Oh, we got the Banzai drop, but it's not the Razor's Edge. Jacob said, waiting for Razor proc is enough to put anyone to bed. Yeah, it feels like Gunther's got a sleeper hold on me right now. But unlike John Cena, I will not tap out. And certainly not with a big grin on my face either. Leon says, I just got the Super Pool and I had the WrestleMania 42 Ballard that I've been looking for, and I sold and I picked the wrong one. Brown Brother says 6 sevens. Yes. The funny number of the internet. Jacob says, nah, we can't tap out. We came this far. Big the Cat says, howdy, Grandcat. Hello, Big the Cat. It's nice to see you again. Brown Brother says, Leon, the shorter cards are mania, is what I noticed in Super Pool. Really? The shorter cards are the Super Pool ones. Interesting. Interesting if true. And now the Razor Ramon shall proc. Lo, for the Grand Cat has said it, and lo, it did happen. And oh my god, I actually did. Holy crap. If I had that power, why wasn't I using that from the beginning? Okay, so then with the Charisma here, we should win this one. Come on, Grand Cat. Yep, let's go. Perfect. No, you can't get a battle pass. Bugger off. Let's just hope for the best here, guys. Let's just freaking hope. 4.15 plus 3.412. Oh my god, 7.66 is more than 7.431. They're doing the animation. Finish this story. Holy crap. 2:46 a.m. 16th of April, on the 50th anniversary of Caird and Cosplay. We finally got our 5 gold tokens. Well, that is going to be it for this little video, folks, and I really hope you've all enjoyed. And if you did enjoy it, please give me a like, share, and subscribe. And if you are subscribed, make sure you click that notification icon so that you can see when more of these glorious little videos go out. And we shall see you all in the next video. Goodbye, everybody. What? Are you guys waiting for something else? You want me to click the screen? What is... Was the gold tokens not enough for you guys? Maybe it's the thing behind the gold token. No, you can't get a shout out. Okay, guys. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Limited edition number 76. Now, if you guys remember, when we started the stream, it was number 59. And we were trying to get number 60. Somehow, in that amount of time, 17 more people managed to finish campaign before we did. I can't believe that 17 people managed to sneak in ahead of us, but still, we got it. Number 76. There is the 76th Lola Vice. Harris interview says, still top 100, though, is solid. Absolutely. Let's screenshot that. There we go. We finally did it. How long have we been at this for? 3 hours and 40 minutes. Holy crap. I don't think we've ever streamed for that long before. Whoa. Hey, you know what that means? That means something else. That means something else. Because we are now the gameplay champion, or we've unlocked the gameplay championship. But what we've also got... Oh, it just automatically equips it to you? We have finished the campaign belt. We've got every single stud on the campaign belt, and we have indeed unlocked the gameplay championship for completing campaign mode. We need to complete the event championship, we need to complete the game mode championship, we need to complete the league championship in order to fully get this one. But this is a belt that not many people will get to see, because completing those is an absolute nightmare. So there is the gameplay championship. In order to get it, you need to... This one's still logged? Oh, this is the one that you need to earn 56 platinum leagues rewards. So we managed to do this, which you need to complete all of campaign mode for. You need this one, which you need to win 500 games of Wild, which we have done. You need to open 250 money in the bank briefcases, which will take an age. You need to win 25 King of the Rings, which is not that bad. You need to get 75 milestones and boom. It says we're on 22. I don't know how those are counted up. And then we need to do 20 Super Showdowns, which is not so bad. The Money in the Bank one is the one that's going to take an age. In terms of the events one, it's, oh, this is get all the heroics. So get the heroic and ring domination, road to glory, Giants Unleashed, war games, People's Champion, and Last Man Standing, which we can do. We can do all of that. But this one is the one that's going to take forever. The leagues one, because of just how long it takes to get platinum leagues, because they only happen once a week. But there we go. This the fastest way to do this is complete campaign mode to see this belt. So that is a really, really cool little thing to see on there. Also, a particularly rare thing is we have fully completed the Season 3 belt. There you can see we've got every single stud on it. And we are literally one away, which is 1 star, 1 ultra rare from Season 2, from having Season 2 completed as well. As for Season 1, we're missing quite a few. Because Season 1 didn't last very long, and it's really difficult to get those old cards now, so yeah. Big old Grand Cat has been playing for a long, long time. Let's take a look at the WE titles. You know what, I think I'm going to leave that Gameplay Championship up there, just because of how rare it is, and so few people actually get to see it. Burly Boy says they were watching you. Leon says 17 people somehow got it. Jacob says she's a 10 of 10. Brown Brother says glad to help. Brown Brother says W. Leon says wowie. Brown Brother says like Cody. Anyway, see you lads. Well, thanks for coming along, Brown Brothers. Jacob said, did Razor really only proc 3 times in 3 hours? That was the 4th one in 3 hours and 40 minutes, so yeah. Jacob says, bye, Brown. Jacob says, I played Season 1 back in the day. I remember grinding the PCC. Yes, me too. Burly Boy says, how do you change the title on your profile? And Kieran says, did you get her? Okay, so how do you change the title on your profile? You mean this part here? You have to actually be the champion. So although you can pin whatever you want, in order to actually equip, see how this part here says equip, which is different from pin? If you click equip, then that gets equipped onto your profile. And now, currently I have the United States Championship, because I was champion when I pinned that. If I pin anything else, I won't be able to pin the United States Championship back, so I'm just going to leave that where it is. But there we go. We finally managed to complete it. Actually, I think maybe having this belt is actually rarer than the United States Championship, because, like, there's so few people that have it. Oh, we've finished our draft boards. That's what it's alerted me to there. Let's go into our trainable now. And let's see this Lola Vice. Wow, look at the pixelation in that. That's pretty bad. I think actually the limited edition one is the one we're going for. Holy crap. At level 100, without any of her variants or matches, she has over 1 million in every stat. Toughness is 1.087 million. Power is 1.094 million. Charisma is 1.130 million. And then speed is 1.232 million, which I think could very well be our strongest female. I mean, of course, these ones have the equipment and such on them, and momentum, of course. But I think that she could easily surpass the Soul Ruka. So that's pretty incredible. I'm going to put this in the team so that everyone can see it. Because not everyone will have been awake to watch that. Drew's way, way stronger than our Macrodon at the moment. There we go. Swap that back over. Wow, that was a hell of a grind. But we did it. We finally got there in the end. Kieran says, do you have the page title image? She's really rare. I've got it, season 1. Yes, I do. I certainly do. Card catalog names page. And there she is. You can see it easier on other images, but that is the butterfly title that she's got over her shoulder there. Page here. Let's see here. Jacob says I'd keep the original photo. Yeah. Harris interview says season 1 player me. Liam says damn. Brown Brothers says Jacob says I wish I could get my old season 1 account. God knows how many phones I've been through since then. Anyone says I want her but I ain't got good enough cards. Kieran says how did 7 people get her in the last 3 hours? Not 7, 17. J Cash says, what's up, man? What support was that? Which support? What did it look like? And I'll tell you what it is. Jacob says, Heart and Soul is a deadly tag. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be our best up arrow by far. Jacob says, I'm glad I was here to see it live. I'm also thankful that you were here to see it live. Ronaldo says, me in a few weeks, hopefully. My guy Hunter said, your final opponent's deck have a tag that was in the 3 millions. That's CM Punk facing has 395 charisma. Yeah, it goes over 7.5 million. Kieran says, I hope she comes back. Harris says, we was here. You guys certainly were, and big old Grandcat appreciates it. Look, this Lola Vice, without any variants or matches, is actually stronger than a fully fortified, fully leveled F1 Raquel Rodriguez. That is insane. When we get her 100 matches in our Games of Wild, she is going to be incredible. You know, I was going to just end the stream right then and there and just maybe think about getting some tea and then just fall asleep. But I think I might just do 10 quick games of Wild just to get her all of her variants. Well, actually, Draft Master's completed? Is that... Okay, it's just this one. I thought that might have been the Joe Hendry one, which you need to reset draft 25 times. Jacob says, can we get a Grand Cat live tomorrow night? There might be, but it's not going to be W Supercard. It's going to be card game based because my shop turned 15 today. The 15th anniversary of my little shop, Kerden Cosplay. So we might do some live videos based on that. Okay, let's see here. Who else still needs... Oh, actually, we can make the pro of our Trick Williams, can't we? Yeah. Go ahead and do that. Forgot that we did that earlier. Both level 100, both have the 100 matches. Perfect. And we will indeed make that pro. Awesome. Okay, that looks pretty good. So we're just going to do the we're just going to do the 10 variants if we can. Kieran says the AG Lee. Where's the AG Lee image from? It was from the last Battle Pass. Oh, it was the Royal Rumble Battle Pass. Yeah, Agent Worthy corrects me there, not the last Royal Rumble event. Kieran says, damn, missed it. Harris says, close to the pool. Brown Brothers says, alright, bye for now, lads. Oh, thanks for coming along, Brown Brothers. Agent Worthy says, I have to go to sleep, but can you bless me? I'm Agent Worthy on the server. Well, you know what? I'm in a big old grand mood today. It's 3:03 a.m. So, Agent Worthy, you are blessed. Jacob says, sounds good, man. I put on the notification, so I'll be here for streams from now on. Kieran says, does the Joya Hendry card have Scotland in the background of the card, or am I just tripping? It could do. I've not seen it. Harrison Review says, you're going to get the pool. Agent Worthy says, yes. You finally got it. You finally got the blessing from the big old grand cat. So we've got one variant on our Lola Vice so far. James says, I'll have a blessing if you're handing them out. Leon says, oh. Leon says, you finally got blessed, worthy. Harris says, am I blessed for a Battle Pass giveaway? Kieran says, I think it's Scottish Highlands in the back. DYL Zeus says, hey, I've recently started playing Supercard, but how do I get any of the older cards so I can have the different pictures of dynamics? Unfortunately, they're not available at the moment. You need to wait for specific things, specific events. They give away older cards, and that's how you'll be able to get some of them. But you won't be able to get all of them. Any wrestler who is no longer in the company, such as Chris Jericho, Dean Ambrose, I can't think of anyone else at the moment. Alberto Del Rio, Page. Anyone that's no longer part of the company, you can't get. Yeah, Kieran said Page. But even when older cards do come out, it's only ones that currently exist. Or people that have a legacy thing. You know, like Shawn Michaels isn't currently wrestling, but you can get Shawn Michaels cards. Same with Triple H. Big Boss Man in China have unfortunately passed away. Same with Andre the Giant, but you can still get cards of them. So sometimes there is like a kind of legacy thing where there'll be some kind of Legends contract with the families of the people involved, so that they get some kind of value from their people being used. Jacob said, "What happened with Paige? Paige is happily over in AEW. She's still wrestling to this day." Agent Worley says, "Night, Grandcat." Good night, Agent Worley. Although Paige now goes by the name Saraya. And then Jacob says, "Oh, swear down." Jacob said, "Why did she leave at WWE?" I think there's a number of different reasons. She wasn't getting used. She was injured. She was injured. She was injured by Sasha Banks. Actually, that was who it was that injured her. She's certainly seen more screen time in AEW, and I think maybe some wrestlers just like the idea of having the sort of the new companies back. Here says bad neck injury and got sidelined. Yes, she did, rather unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think anyone's beaten that Lola Vice anytime soon. That's where we got 3 of her variants on. And Brown Brothers says, "Back laddies." Welcome, Brown Brothers. Zeus says, "I have Roman Reigns at WrestleMania Pro, but I want the card where he has the title." That title image, well, there's 2 of them. There's one with the original belt, which was a Money in the Bank card that got a re-release. And there's one where he's got the Uwu Championship over his shoulder. That one was Battle Pass exclusive. And I don't think you'll be able to get any of those images anymore, unfortunately. Jacob says she was my favorite when I was a kid. She was a really, really good wrestler, Paige. Harrison Fuse says my favorite WWE wrestler of the modern era is Daniel Bryan. An excellent choice, particularly with his monster promo at that particular WrestleMania, where he fought Triple H in the show opener against Triple H, and then he was in the main event against both Randy Orton and Batista. Very cool WrestleMania. Just unfortunate that happened immediately after the Undertaker's streak got broken. Kieran says, "Surely you have watched Still Game?" I have. I have seen, I think, most of Still Game, if not all of it. Jacob says, I was literally going to type DB. I used to love how gassed he got everyone. Daniel Bryan. My guy Hunter says, I have the championship Money in the Bank image from season 2 Money in the Bank. Still have the pro in my big good times. I think I've got the exact same one, actually. That was the very first Money in the Bank card, alongside Seth Rollins. They both came out at the same time. It was a hell of a grind to get the pro of both of them, because the only way you could get points at that time was from playing Money in the Bank. Harris interview says, yeah, opened against Triple H and ended with Batista and Randy. Brown Brother says, do I open a 950 equipment pack, lads? If you think it's worth it, it's what I would say. Leon says, Finn Balor is the best W superstar ever. I think you need to tell Creative that. I think that's something that Creative needs to hear. Harris interview says, I was there for that, brother. I was in tears. Oh, really? You were there? Interesting. Jacob says, only if you're short on equipment. Zeus says, I opened it and I got the surfboard. My guy Hunter says, I only got the Roman Pro. I don't remember Seth image being that good now. The Seth image wasn't, but I had the Seth image with the title over his shoulder from season 2. So that was perfect for me. I had the both of them with the title images. Kieran says, I hope he shaves his beard for the demon part. There's been times that the demon has been seen with the beard. He just paints over it. Crown Brothers has a cry emoji. I'm guessing that his 950 didn't help very well. I am definitely short on equipment, but I want to know if I wait, it'll be there. It comes and goes, that pack. Kieran says, yeah, I don't like the look as much with the beard. I think the beard is fine. I think you have to respect the beard. So I know what Daniel Bryan told you all. Brother says, yeah, so I don't know to wait or not. Right. When it gets to near the end of the tier, the packs will become cheaper. But bear in mind that this is WrestleMania, and I think there's maybe just one more tier, if even that, before it's time for a new season. When a new season comes along, you get 3, 4, or even 5 tiers at the same time. So literally everything that you have right now will not be worth anything. So it's all dependent on whether you think it's worth having those equipments for until the end of WrestleMania tier. Because after that, they might not be anywhere near as good. Kieran says, also, if he doesn't just wipe the floor with Dom, I don't know why they would let him do it. Yeah, no, the Fiend Finn Balor is absolutely going to destroy Dominic Mysterio. Harris interview says, I hope he returns to WWE someday. You hope who does? Jacob says, I was going to ask Grand Cat, what was that pack you got for free the other day in store? I never got one. What free pack? I don't remember there being a free pack. I remember packs that I had to pay for. One was $15.99 that had the surfboard in it. I'm not sure what other free pack you're talking about. Dr. DYL Zeus says, on average, how much do you spend a month on this game? Some months, 0. Sometimes if I am not happy with the way the W Supercard is going, I will let them know. The way to let them know is with your wallet. Just, refuse to pay them. Play the game entirely free to play. It's very possible to do. There are other times when I will be going for something crazy, like you saw in today's stream, where I'm going after where I went after the limited edition campaign mode and managed to finish that. And sometimes I will spend a tremendous amount of money. I'll get the battle pass. I'll also give away 2 battle passes. I will then buy the WrestleMania 42 boost. I think I might have bought the WrestleMania Rewind boost as well. So this month has been rather expensive, probably well over £100. But there's other months where I've spent 0, and then there's other months that I've spent maybe £15. So it very much depends month to month. A lot of it is dependent on how I feel about W Supercard, because I won't spend money. I won't back something that I don't think is a good product. And I think at the moment W Supercard is doing good. Jacob says, I swear you had one for 0 credits the other day. Maybe I'm tripping. Probably why I never got one. One for 0 credits? Do you mean in the actual store? I'm trying to remember the last time there was a free pack in the store. Although there should be a free pack coming out soon. It'll be on the web store, though. It won't be in game. And that will be coming up for WrestleMania. And the reason that they give those packs away, so you'll probably get like one WrestleMania 42 card, and the rest will be, some WrestleMania Rewinds, some Ember, some Royal Rumble 26 cards. But the reason they give away those packs is so that people can put on the wrestlers they think are going to win at WrestleMania when the WrestleMania Watch Party shows up. So when that WrestleMania Watch Party drops, you can expect to see a free pack show up in the WF store. Brown Brother says, in game, I'ma do the pack at least. I'll get 1,000 credits from PCC next week. That's true. PCC is coming. Jacob says, today was definitely worth the money. Yeah, that was a hell of a grind. Zeus says, yeah, I'm the same. I just buy the battle pass every month. And when they release a new tier, I buy credits to improve my deck. I struggled bad the other day in Road to Glory because all my cards were old. Yeah, that does happen. If you leave the game for a while, it's a struggle getting back up to main tier. Kieran said, just played a full Royal Rumble, got lucky to get Joe Hendry straight away and didn't swap to my other one. Yeah, like that's the joys of doing Royal Rumble. You can easily train up your cards. Her says they need to remove the Boom final pack. I think they might, but I think they're going to wait until nearer the end of this year. Brown Brother says, yeah, I got a WrestleMania and an up arrow charger. The guitar. Oh, nice. That's actually really good. Jacob said, let's go, Brown. Charisma or power? Charisma. I think I'm going to have to open up these other 7 equip packs. That's how it happens. That's how they get you. That's how they get you to spend money. You see someone else getting something cool and you're like, I could get something cool. And then you end up spending the money and then you don't get the thing and you just feel horrible afterwards. Kieran says, I got the Charisma one as well. I haven't pulled either of the guitars. I opened a few of those packs as well. But what I did get that I was looking for was the WrestleMania 42 t-shirt that was required for us to complete campaign mode. So I'm pretty pleased with that. James said, literally how it goes and never pull nothing. My guy Hunter says, watch them end up removing Boom entirely. I don't think they'll do that. Because, I mean, we've still got Money in the Bank. And that's been there since Season 2. So I think Boom is staying around. Same as King of the Ring. King of the Ring got introduced, I think, in Season 3. Each season they tend to bring in a new thing. The latest one is Crack the Case. So I think that Boom is going to stick around. Brown says, nah, they can't. Jacob says, I'll never be able to complete these last two stages of campaign without them unless I wait for ages for event cards. That's sometimes what you need to do. I think that's what W Super Card actually wants you to do. Harris says, even if they just do the one guarantee mania but two Ember cards. Yeah, I mean, like, so long as you get one WrestleMania 42, that'd be fine. Like, give me all the other garbage with it. Kieran says, I opened 5 of the Joe Hendry packs to try and get them. Got them in my last one. I don't think you really need to do that because you'll get the Ovation tokens eventually. And there's also the quest. That'll give you them as well. So, yeah, like, don't worry, the Joe Hendry will come. Don't worry. You don't need to try and get him quickly. Jacob said, wasn't Money in the Bank in Season 1? I don't think so. I think it appeared in Season 2. I don't remember Money in the Bank in Season 1. Pretty sure it was Season 2. Brother says, Jacob, I'm free to play, so I'm going to have to wait. Brother says, free pro or 2, I suppose. The thing is, the same way that you're getting the Soul Ruka, you'll get the Jacob the Jacob Fatu. No, you'll get the Joe Hendry. It just goes to show the Grand Cat is getting a little tired. Harry says, since they nerfed the final packs, I've only had one Mania card out of the 22 opened. Wow, that's pretty bad. I opened one of those Infinite Reward packs earlier, and it gave me two WrestleMania 42 cards. I was like, whoa, holy crap. My guy Hunter says, Money in the Bank was Season 2. Reigns and Rollin were the debut cards. Yeah. That's what I remember too. Okay, we've got all 10 of her variants now. And there you can see her stats have already jumped up to 1.206 million in toughness, 1.214 million in power, 1.254 million in charisma, and 1.367 million in speed, which is pretty insane. And you can see that she has now overtaken the Matt Cardona, and she is looking to overtake the F3 Soul Ruka. Wow, that is one incredibly powerful card. Very, very cool indeed. Because he was hardcore champion. Yeah. Ah. Good. Good day. James says, Brown, I used to be free to play, but I enjoy the game so much, so I don't mind spending a couple of quid here and there. Harris says, the only one I got was during this stream. Ah, well, congratulations. Kieran says she's actually a good MMA fighter as well. I didn't know that. Interesting. Jacob says, God, I want that card so bad. You're a bad influence, Grand Cat. I have been told that many times before. And Zeus says, what mode do you play in League for points? Generally, it's Royal Rumble. Royal Rumble tends to give the most points, even when there's 10% more currency in War. Royal Rumble gives you a lot more points than what Elimination Chamber or War does. Survivor Series, I feel, just takes too long. Generally, I just do the 10 Survivor Series just to get the additional 1,000 points here. But that's it. And now that I've finished campaign mode, and I've also already got an F1 of the Nia Jax, I'm not even sure if I actually need to get the 20,000 points in leagues this week. What I do need to do is I need to stay out the bottom five because the bottom five players get moved down a league. I want to stay in platinum leagues, but I mean, the way that I feel is that the second that you complete campaign mode, you're kind of done with the tier. So now it's just a case of just collecting the additional special editions like Joe Hendry, getting the double heroic Randy Orton. But I mean, things like that are just for fun now, rather than I need this in order to complete campaign mode. So I feel like once you get that limited edition, it's like a real weight off your shoulders. That it's like, that's me, I'm good, and I don't need to do an awful lot for the next checks notes 41 days and 14 hours. So that's pretty cool. I'm also glad that I managed to finish it before WrestleMania because on this calendar, I am going to be going after. Wait, this changed. This used to have the men and women's Uwu championships because I was 100% going to go after the women's championship, and now it seems that I can't because this is going to be Raw instead. Oh, that sucks. Ah, dang. Well, at least I can go after the women's United States championship. Haven't got that yet. But yeah, I was going to go after both the men's championship and the women's championship, but it seems that this has now been moved to this one instead. So this one, the deck size is 40, and it's only the top 50 players that actually get the title. So I just wanted to have the best top 40 cards for females that I could get. And if you see here, basically 4 times 10 is 40. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. So my F2 Boom EO Sky is currently my 50th best card, but I think I might have some trainable females, such as Julia. And I thought I had some, yeah, Brie Bella from Rewind. And we've also got some like China, Lita, Asuka, Becky Lynch, Raquel Rodriguez, and so on that we can train up as well to try and get a little bit better cards. But having this Lola Vice female is going to help tremendously with keeping in that top 50 to get that women's championship. I guess it's actually slightly better this way because I was worried about having to try and jump from SmackDown to collect both the world titles from this one and then jump to Raw, try and get the other titles on the other show. But this way it's like you get one then the other, and also it means that Raw and SmackDown are going to be split up, so you're not going to be competing against the entire server, you're only going to be against half the server in theory. So that's interesting. Yeah. I'm looking forward to WrestleMania. I know that it's not the most exciting WrestleMania, but I like WrestleMania week when it comes around. It feels like it's a big thing. It gets everyone excited about wrestling. It gets everyone talking about wrestling, and that's always just a nice thing to have. So today is the 15th anniversary of my shop. Tomorrow is the SmackDown before WrestleMania. Then it's WrestleMania Night 1. Then it's WrestleMania Night 2. Then it's the Raw after WrestleMania. So the next like 5 days, I have a pretty busy little week. So I've got lots to look forward to throughout the next week. And I'm glad that campaign mode is finished and that's out of the way, because now the next thing is just worrying about war games and then trying to do Road to Immortality, try and have the best possible deck that I can have, and just taking it from there. I feel pleased. I feel satisfied. Big old happy grandcat. How long have we been streaming for? 4 hours and 22 minutes. Okay, it is now 3:30 in the morning, and I think it's time for grandcat to get a little bit of sleep before I have to go into KC, that's my shop, Kerden Cosplay, and celebrate the 15th anniversary today. Let me just read the last few messages. My guy Hunter says, will permanent weight in my shoulders for the next 41 days and 14 hours. Jacob said, I came back to this game when it was Royal Rumble and I felt lost at first. So much has changed since season 1. It was overwhelming. That's exactly why I exist, Jacob, because I put up all of the tutorials on how to do all the things. Remember, says I started season 8, I think, WrestleMania 39, playing Royal Rumble, and used the soul for a weaker card on accident. Jacob said season 1 was really pay to win and you had to grind the whole weekend for the event cards. It was crazy. Yeah, I did it once for this card. That's what I did it for. And it was incredibly hard. Now, that may look like a Silver Star Pro, but that's actually the fully maxed Pro. So, yeah. Season 1 was insane. Jacob says, happy 15th. Thank you, Jacob. It means a lot to me. Brown Brother says, I was like 4. Just a young lad. Jacob said, when season 1... what? When season 1 was out? Well, we're currently on season 12, and they come out each year. So it's 2026 minus 12 would be 2014. Jacob says, like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, actually. Hannah's interview says, have a good one, bro. Jacob said, I had the sting. Me too. In fact, actually, I'm not sure if I've still got the sting, but if we look in the card catalog here, I can show you my season 1 sting card, which I believe came out at Christmas, because I remember being around the family and trying to play to try and get the sting card. There he is. There's a Survivor season 1. That's the earliest event card that I have. And there he is. So that's the one. This was also Survivor, because the 2K15 game had just came out, and they were promoting that, so that's why you had 2 different versions of Sting, and the event card was this one. So yeah, there's a little bit of history for that one. And also around the same time was, well, just after that, was the Seth freaking Rollins, which I'm very, very pleased and proud of, which I still have to this day. All the way down here, there he is, WrestleMania Season 1, Seth freaking Rollins, with the title over his shoulder, which is one of the rarest images in the game, because no one has that image and it's never been reprinted. So I'm very, very pleased that I do have that one, and that's the same image that I use on pretty much every Seth Rollins whenever I get them. Brian Ross says, exactly. Jacob says, yeah, that's cold. Yeah, it's awesome. Very cool. Very old school as well. Well, folks, I think that is now going to be it for this little video. This is me genuinely doing the outro this time. I know that last time I did the fake out before actually like revealing the Lola Vice. But yeah, this is now the actual outro. Again, huge shout out, huge thank you to everyone who came along to the stream. It's been a very, very long stream. 4 hours, 27 minutes, practically 4.5 hours. And I know you guys have your own lives, so taking time out of that to come watch a big old grand cat playing W Super Card genuinely means a lot to me. And again, 15 years of Kerden cosplay, it's been a hell of a grind. You know, I mean, W Supercard has been out for 12 years. My shop existed 3 years before W Supercard. So that gives you an idea of how long I've been running a shop for, which is crazy. So yeah, that's a huge celebration for me. Hell of an achievement as well. Jacob says you should consider making a few IRL bids in the shop. Bids on what? Um, Jacob says, well, I've enjoyed the stream tonight. Happy you got the campaign done. Good night, Grand Cat and chat. My guy Hunter says, I have that one on my pro. Love the images. Oh, okay. Jacob says you should consider making a few IRL vids in the shop. We do. They go up every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Those are the ones that you see of me and friends playing the card game stuff. Generally, it's One Piece. Sometimes it's other things, but we will be making a couple of videos today in KC for the 15th anniversary. And I also have something a little bit special planned. I won't say anything, but it's going to be a little surprise for Baron, Big Boss Man, and Situation. But he says, "I'll check them out. I didn't realize. Sorry, no, you don't need to be apologetic for that. It's perfectly fine. They don't get anywhere near the number of views that the W Sub card views they do. So a lot of people aren't even aware of them. I also do unboxing videos every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So there's plenty of little things that you see there. But I mean, those are all aspects of my life. I try and do them because I want to try and share as many of my hobbies with all of you guys as well. Brown Brother says, I'd be seeing them but skip because it's not a supercard. Yeah, I understand that. There's a lot of people that are subscribers to the Grand Cat channel that just have no interest in seeing figure unboxings. They've got no interest in seeing card games, but they do want to see the W Supercard stuff, and I 100% understand that. That's why I try and do something for all you guys. There's also some people that are subscribers that are only interested in the figures and then don't care about W Supercard or don't care about the card game stuff. And there's other people that are subscribed that only care about the card games. So there is a variety. There's things for everyone out there. But with that said, folks, that is now officially going to be it for this little video. 4 hours and 30 minutes. We did it. We passed the 4.5 hour mark. I wasn't trying to do that. I was just reading out your comments and it happened by accident. So again, huge shout outs to everyone. Huge thank you for everyone that came along. A huge thank you to everyone that helped, that gave advice on trying to get the campaign finished as well. Huge thank you to everyone that spent hours here alongside me. And now it's time for the actual outro. After this, that's me. I'm done. I'm going to sleep. It's 3:38 a.m. here. With that said, folks, that is now going to be it for this little video. And I really hope that you've all enjoyed. And if you did enjoy it, please give me a like, share, and subscribe. And if you are subscribed, make sure you click that notification icon so that you can see when more of these glorious little videos go out. And we shall see you all in the next video.